I think Tector at the moment is almost having to restrain himself from trying to play that shot that you're talking about. It's a good stop again from Matt Ford in there. Got to make sure the Munster Reds as a side that they don't allow any avoidable boundaries away. Excellent work from Ford, preventing it from going away for 4 there.
Beautifully bowled. That's the perfect line. Just the hint of turn has taken it past the outside edge. And Parry Tector really got over 4 singles from it. This game is right in the balance. The required run rate 7. It's 121 for 3.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all to see Georgeson and Tector opt for a change of gloves, a bit of water, just try to refocus the brain. You could just tell that potentially something was stewing there. A big shot, potentially a shot in anger was brewing for Tector or Georgeson. Sometimes you've got to just regroup, go again, as they have done.
Good stuff from Thompson, showing good control with his leg breaks. It can be very tough for a young leg spinner, particularly when they're bowling this pace. If they get it in any way wrong, they'll be punished by these 2 strong, powerful Knights batsmen. He's got the field well set to protect his weaker deliveries, so he's been tending to drag one down and over, isn't he? Gets away with just a single there.
Yeah, well, as long as you give Mitchell the right sort of protection, he can get into his spell. And I think as a leg spinner, when you know your bad ball hasn't gone to the boundary and you've potentially got away with one, you can grow in.
Work to do in the deep for Jack Cardy, and he does it well. Cuts off the boundary. Can't be short at Thompson's pace, because as soon as you are, batsman's just going to pick up that length and pull you or cut you away. He's lucky to get away with out of boundary there. Good work by Cardy in the deep.
Georgeson just keeps ticking away here. 46 or 48. Remarkable how he's up at 46, really, given doesn't feel like he's done too much strange or startling manoeuvres here.
That one hit into the ground and well fielded by Mike Frost across at cover to his stronger left hand side. Would have been one of those crowd catches you'd have heard the ooh and ah from in a packed house. Six runs coming from the over. This partnership continues to grow for the Knights. It's going to need to. 24 overs gone, 127 for 3.
Yeah, we really hope you're enjoying the stream, brought to you by HBV Studios in conjunction with Cricket Ireland. We've had great viewing figures throughout the day. Make sure to keep in touch with us on social media. Twitter and Facebook at Cricket Ireland, on Instagram at Cricket_Ireland. Who do you think's going to come out on top of this one? Looks like it might be a thriller in store. Let's hope that's the case for us to continue.
Yeah, work behind square this time on the leg side. I think these 2 batsmen look like they're going to be happy without even taking any risks for the moment. They're happy to just get 6 or 7 and over. The singles and 2s are coming quite easily at the moment for them. the nicest part of the day now, the sun coming across the ground. I think of so many days up here, Andrew, where it feels cold and a bit blustery and not too pleasant at all. Quite the opposite right now. Nice summer's day for cricket.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day. One of the finer spots to be watching cricket in throughout the entirety of Ireland on a day like this.
Nice little crowd gathered now as well. 70 or 80 in around the boundary, all enjoying their afternoon out. Lots of picnics. I see. Maybe just a little quiet beer or two as well. Nothing wrong with that on a day like today. Approaching 4:30. After 4:30 now, local time. These two very good between the wickets, and that's what's making this partnership so difficult to break for the Munster Reds. They're not offering up any simple opportunities, and because they're taking very few risks and getting close to the required runs every over without taking any risks. I think Harry Tector is just going to say to Luke Georgeson, let's keep going as we're going right now. Beautifully bowled again, the second time that Frost has beaten Tector through to the keeper. Been a good spell of bowling this from Frost, but I think Tector almost challenging the Reds to change something. I see this one that goes past the outside edge.
Yeah, it's seriously well bowled from Mike Frost. That's the sort of spin and turn on offer that we've been somewhat expecting throughout the entirety of today. Tector beating all ends up, playing probably as he should down the line of the ball, hoping he doesn't get a thin edge on that. As you can see there on your screen, partnership is 82. Might need another 179 from 25 overs. We're at halfway. Look at the comparison. Reds only on 99 for 1 at this stage.
The initial call from Tector at the non-striker's end was yes. Changed his mind. Yeah, that comparison's an interesting one. Certainly Carty and Cummins did take a little while to get going. At the halfway stage of their innings, 99 for 1. Goes to show how quickly they accelerated in the second half of their innings, though. Adding 210 runs from their final 25 overs of the first innings, having won the toss and decided to bat first.
Yeah, it was 110 from the last 10 overs, which was the real extending from the Reds.
Nicely bowled, good loop that from Thompson. That's where he has to be. At least 5 out of 6 deliveries, really. Just want to see if we can start getting some turn going for Thompson. That one's the googly out the back of the hand, you could see there. And a really good stop. Stopped at backward point by Matt Ford.
Yeah, good work from Matt Ford. The first time today, he's made a very good stop in there, backward point off the spinner. Keeps the pressure on, keeps things ticking over for the Reds.
Good work off his own bowling this time from Mitchell Thompson. Georgeson just looking to get that into the leg side. Remember, all the fielders apart from fine leg are in the deep on the leg side for the left-hander. That's exactly what he was trying to do, the delivery prior, but for Thompson, he's going to be pretty happy with that. Just the 3 singles from the over. 26 overs gone, it's 134 for 3. Let's take a look at the bowling options that the Reds have utilised so far and speculate as to who might come into the attack as well. Both Frost and Thompson going at around 4 and over. I think PJ Moore will be happy with that, but no breakthrough yet. This partnership continues to grow and build.
Yeah, the other options they have obviously are the seamers of, Ali Frost or maybe Jack Carty. Wouldn't surprise me if we saw potentially Josh Manley come back into the attack in a few overs' time, maybe just something a little bit different. We saw the Knights try that with Mark Adair coming back on for a few overs, maybe even Aaron Cawley from the city end of the ground. Just try something new. Because at the moment, I know the run rate has been, steadied in the last number of overs. Frost and Thompson have bowled well together, only going for the 43 from their 10 overs so far. Hasn't been much searching for wickets, really, and you just feel the Knights will be happy enough with how this game is progressing.
Again, just worked into the leg side by Georgeson, and that's going to be 50. A really fine innings. It's been fairly chanceless, coming off 54 deliveries, coming in good time at a good tempo. Hasn't taken many chances at all. The Wellington all-rounder, he was expensive with the ball, but that's been a fine knock.
Yeah, super knock from Luke Georgeson. Continuing to enhance his reputation over here.
There's the reverse sweep, and it's played to absolute perfection right on top of the bounce. Remember when Tector's played Frost with a straight bat, he's been beaten all ends up twice. Decides to go with a sweep shot. This one of the reverse variety. Doesn't he play it really well?
Yeah, super shot from Harry Tector. It is one of his go-to boundary options. And playing it with the spin as well. Just goes to show what a bit of time in the middle can do for a batter. Tector looking good at the moment, as is Georgeson. Partnership growing quite nicely. On to 90 now.
A little bit of bounce, which we haven't seen at all from Frost, and that surprised Tector. Coming through right around glove height and just bending the back a little that time and getting the extra revolutions onto the ball. Immediate call and no. Good to see that mid-wicket fielder in there. Yeah, brilliant stuff from Georgeson, not just today, but throughout the night season. He's moved up to the 4th place in the run-scoring charts. He's got 3 List A 50s now in 4 innings for the Northern Knights. If you look at his scores so far this season, outstanding stuff as Tector gets the reverse away again. Is it going to be another boundary? The second of the over. That's good innovation from the Knights captain. The Reds are going to have to change something here. 9 runs already from the over.
Yeah, a bit more bounce on offer from Frost again here. Tector again plays it very nicely. Fairly softly past that man, Aaron Cawley, at short third man. There's only the one fielder there. It's a fairly risk-free shot. And as I say, I just think the Knights are cruising at the moment. I think they'll be extremely happy with how things are going, and just sense the Reds have to change something. Even though neither of these spinners have bowled too badly, they need, a return a seam, or, potentially just somebody else to try and pry open an end here.
Stifled appeal. Closes out the 27th over of the chase. It's 143 for 3. Yeah, just to echo that point about Georgeson's form. His innings in List A in 50 over cricket since he's come to the island of Ireland. 46, 58, 22, 63. Today he's already 50 not out. Very consistent. 4th highest run scorer of the season, and he does it with real style. He's a quality cricketer, and he used to say that this young man might not go on and he could represent the World Test champions, the Black Caps. Of course, he'll go back to Wellington in August or September, later in the summer.
Yeah, but it's good that he's over here. I think it shows a sign of the man himself, that he's come over here at a young age to test his game in different conditions. Probably much tougher batting conditions than he'd be used to at home. As you can see, he's adapted extremely well, and he's adapted very well at club cricket level as well. Scored a ton of runs in the MCU. Been a brilliant professional to be bringing in.
Down the ground, that's a glorious stroke. Straight as a die, but a brilliant effort from the fielder out at long on. Can't quite cut it off. Really, at full stretch, that was smashed down the ground. I didn't think Fionn had any chance of cutting that off, but he somehow got something on it. He always puts his body on the line, but it runs away for 4.
Yeah, it's good effort from Fahand there. You just feel the last over or two, the Knights just completely turning the screw here. Georgeson and Tector with boundaries. Georgeson passing his half-century. Tector just 5 runs short, and that required run rate well and truly in hand at 7.15 on a ground such as this, on a pitch like this. And you feel that's completely doable from a Knight's perspective. They'll be very happy with where they are at this moment in time.
Nice loop again there from Thompson. Yeah, this is where push is going to come to show for PJ Moore. Last over from Frost has gone for 9. First ball of this over from Thompson hit for a boundary. Does he keep showing faith in his young spinners? Does he feel like he needs to go back to one of his strike bowlers, one of his fast bowlers? I think if I was him, I'd be keeping the young leg spinner on and maybe giving Frost a break for the moment, wanting to have his overs up my sleeve and maybe getting a little burst of maybe Josh Manley.
Yeah, I think, well, so far this year, Josh Manley's been their main wicket taker, their main go-to option. I'd have thought that was the wise call, get him back in for 2 overs, 3 overs, see whether he can really make a difference to this game. It doesn't look like they're going to go that way just yet. Mike Frost has been throwing the ball. Going to keep faith in the spin. He's gone for 31 from his 6 overs. He's probably bowled better than those figures would suggest. Frost. You feel Tector was just beginning to slightly get on top of him. That being said, Slip's now been taken out. So they're going to have 2 men marshalling that reverse sweep option of Tector's. He's on 46.
A little shorter in length this time. 150 comes up to a ripple of applause from the crowd. I really don't think anything underneath 8, or well, certainly 7.5 and over as a required run rate won't concern Northern Knights. Big appeal from Frost, very difficult to get at. LBW coming around the wicket with a left arm spinner to a left hander. Can you get it to pitch in line? Can you get it to straighten enough? Not far away. You're seeing the occasional puff of dust now from the surface, aren't you? And I have to think it'll continue to wear. That's where the spinners should come into play, but they haven't been able to find any breakthrough yet.
It's been good, sensible batting. Not dissimilar to what we saw from Cummins and Carty earlier this morning.
Would you believe it? The slip has come out due to the 2 reverse sweeps from Tector. Has this been edged and cannoned off the gloves of Seamus Lynch? Would this have popped straight up to first slip? Always hard to tell, but you'd feel from the reaction that that's a drop chance behind the wicket.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Lynch, but as you say, it's one that could have just ballooned straight up to a first slip. He was still in place. It's obviously a very hard one as a captain when you're leaking runs in a certain area and you have a slip in place.
You have to remember, of course, that Lynch, very much a part-time keeper, has only performed a role tiny amount for his club tenure this season. I think when he was told that he was the backup keeper to PJ Moore for the Reds this year. And some good history as always from the messages coming in. Message from Brian Dalton here pointing out that Seamus is actually the 3rd CYM or Terranure player. CYM, of course, now known as Terranure Cricket Club, to play in the Interpros back in the old Guinness Cup days. Fintan Kelleher and Colin Morgan both also kept wicket for South Leinster as it was then. Morgan all the way back in 1992. He's still playing senior cricket. The only other senior survivor of that game back in 92, a certain Conor Hoey. He, of course, picked up his 300th senior wicket in Leinster club cricket for Trinity just the other day when he was replacing his son in the starting 11. Not too many sports that happens in, Andrew, is it?
No, not at all. Not at all. Some fascinating statistics there, as we're going to see Matt Ford come back into the attack, this time from the city end of the ground. Don't know whether that's really the right call. Personally speaking, I'd have changed it up to a bit of seam myself. I'd have had Aaron Cawley or Josh Manley coming back into the attack. PJ Moore knows better than myself.
Being also a little harsh on young Mitchell Thompson as well, who's really, I felt, in that 5th or 6th over, just starting to find his rhythm and his groove. I'm not saying silly, but as a young leg spinner in particular, you've so little experience. It can often take until your 4th or 5th or 6th over to really feel like you're into your spell. Certainly know as a young leggy myself, I always wanted to bowl all of my 10s straight through. I didn't want to be taken off once I was into that rhythm.
Well, it can really disrupt, especially on a younger player. I always think if he's bowling well.
Brilliant stop. That's outstanding from Murray Cummins. I was talking to him during the break and he only just passed a fitness test this morning. It's a funny old game, sport. He's never had 100 at this level, or professional level down in South Africa. And as he said to me, it's a real monkey off the back. And just after he stopped one, the next one goes by him, and good work from Mitchell Thompson, keeps it to just 2. Very tight in there at backward point, isn't he, Murray Cummins? It's going to be 50 for Tector, coming from 69 deliveries. And that will be his 9th list day 50 for the 21-year-old, the captain of the Northern Knights.
Yeah, runs when his team needed it most. It's typical from Tector.
Certainly a unique action, isn't it, that Matt Ford possesses? You wouldn't see it around too many grounds. Very front on, open chested. Really pings it down there then after that when he gets into that position.
Yeah, it's certainly a strange one from Matt Ford, but he's an unconventional cricketer. His batting technique wouldn't be probably one you'd find in a textbook. Works perfectly well for him though. It's a big ball. It's the ball in areas of the ground that very few others can access. But no, this half century will have given Tector a lot of relief.
It's a lot of energy on the ball, there's no doubt about that. Matt Ford, good tight over, just 3 runs coming from it. Wasp is at 30%, it's 30 overs gone, it's 155 for 3, don't go anywhere. You're probably going to have a thriller to round out the IP50 season. This one's going the distance.
Yeah, fingers crossed, it's certainly setting up like a really good high scoring game of 50 over cricket. The Northern Knights being brought back into this game by a 100 stand from Tector and Georgeson, both of whom have passed the half-century mark at this stage. Tector's just got a nagging ability just when he needs it most to churn runs out when the chips are down. And the captain's innings is required. He's always had that ability from a very young age. I want to take his side over the line today.
Frost is going to continue, so very likely we'll see him all 10 of his overs straight through from the Dundonald Road end of the ground. Still just feel that for the Reds to be able to feel they're in this game, they need to break this partnership sooner rather than later.
You'd think so. You need a new man in and try to build an awful lot of pressure with dot balls to a new player at the moment. just not building up quite enough dots as they require to really put a lot of pressure on the Knights. But the last couple of overs have again been a little bit tighter after I thought Tector got Frost away for 2 reverse sweeps. He's actually fought back very well, been very tight ever since.
He's a talented young bowler, this left arm spinner Michael Frost. He predominantly bowls very flat deliveries, but just that last one there is a good example of where he just can hold it back a bit as well. Almost get a beautiful flight through. Doesn't get hit for a lot of boundaries. Start with that as a starting point as a spinner. You can find your way to get it through breakthroughs on top of it. You're worth your weight in gold to your captain.
He's just another one good delivery away from a very tight over again here. Just the 2 from it so far.
Just 2 runs off the over, as you say, Andrew, and that is putting the Northern Knights' required run rate under some duress. It's starting to not quite get out of hand, but it's certainly coming into the game now. It goes over 8 and over for the very first time. This partnership may be worth more than 100. It's growing in stature, but they're going to need to get a wriggle on. Perhaps that's why PJ Moore has gone to the off spin of Matt Ford. He just wonders, can get through a few tight overs and bring that required run rate even more into play, which is going to buy him the wicket almost.
Yes, and that could be a very good option from PJ Moore. And put like that, you do feel there's just an added sense of pressure, just ever so slightly growing now for the Knights. In comparison to maybe 4 or 5 overs ago, where it kind of seemed like they were coasting along, really in the ascendancy. Now a little bit behind the 8 ball.
The dot balls have just been building up a little bit. There was very few dot balls early in this partnership. The Reds were just finding a way until that elegant late cut from Georgeson nearly goes all the way to the boundary. Great work from Aaron Cawley in the deep. He'll save a run and keep it to 3. Georgeson does love that little dab shot down behind square on the offside.
Yeah, he loves it. And this is good work from the fast bowler Aaron Cawley. Never a chase you really want as a fast bowler, but he's done extremely well there. Every run absolutely critical to his side at this stage of the game. Georgeson moves on to 60. Another lovely dab. He's managed to keep going at around a run a ball throughout this innings without too much fuss.
And I suppose what Tector needs to do as he continues to operate with a strike rate hovering around 70 is just try and turn a few of those singles into 2s and turn a few of those dots into 1s. That's all the difference is really between 5 or 6 and over or 8 or 9 and over. You don't even necessarily need to be getting a boundary every over. It looks like the boundary options have dried up for the moment.
But we saw that in the first innings with Jack Carty and Murray Cummins. They went through a stint where boundary options were limited. But they did extremely well. It just, as you say, ticking along, 5 and over, 5.5 and over, and it just gradually crept and crept up and allowed for then that massive burst where you're going into the last 10 overs with just 1 wicket down.
It's a fascinating battle here, isn't it? It's the battle of wills between PJ Moore, who's trying everything he can to force these 2 to play a shot in anger. Can the 2 batsmen hold their nerve? They'll be well aware of exactly what the required run rate is. They'll also be aware, Andrew, that there's an awful lot of batting to come in this night's lineup, but that it's been difficult for batsmen to get going right from the first ball. So it's an intriguing game we have in progress to close out the IP50 season. 32 gone, 164 for 3.
Yeah, very intriguing indeed. Just 18 overs left in the IP50. series this year. It's been a superb series between four well-contested sides. The Leinster Lightning coming out on top on this occasion. Northwest Warriors ran them very close. The Northern Knights and the Munster Reds, they've had big performances in them. Probably have just lacked a little bit of consistency that the other two sides have brought to the table. The Reds have been very unfortunate not to have won a game thus far. Northern Knights have had a few excellent performances, a few below par performances in there as well.
Frost into the penultimate over of his allocation now. Still wicketless.
Yet again, just eased into the leg side from Georgeson. They've been content to allow him that single off Frost throughout the entirety of this innings. I think it's almost been a ploy to try and get Tector back on strike, with Frost spinning it away from the right-hander.
Yeah, and certainly you can almost sense it with the way the fielders are squeezing Tector that little bit more than they are. But Georgeson, with the exception of those two reverse sweeps that Tector got away, certainly many more dots in Tector's innings than there has been in Georgeson's.
Yeah, there has indeed, and you potentially feel like something's beginning to stir here for Tector. Is that big shot going to come from Tector? Is he going to try and play the release shot? Or is he just going to be content with where his side are and try and get to a stage where they're chasing 100 off the last 10 or 95 off the last 10?
Hit into the sky and it's gone all the way. That's going to go over the head of Jack Carty. He might have been able to cling on to it, but he would have been 15 yards over the rope. Hasn't erred in length too much, Frost, but this one just a little bit of a drag down, and it's a sign of the quality that Luke Georgeson possesses. He picks the length up quickly, takes on the man in the deep. That's a mighty 6, and what's more, it's going to be a free hit. I'm not sure whether that was for overstepping or perhaps one too many fielders being outside of the circle, which I think is possibly the more likely reason. 7 runs to the total and a free hit to follow. He's going to repeat the dose. Back-to-back sixes. Is that the change in momentum that the home side needed? We're going to check and find out as to why that ball was a no ball. I don't think it was a front foot from my first viewing. But 13 runs coming from one legal delivery.
Yeah, and it's been game-changing stuff, this, from Luke Georgeson. I was just about to comment on how good that first shot was, picking up length. That was just back of a length. I was a little bit more in the slot from Frost, but it's a lovely shot over deep mid-wicket. He moves on to 75.
Yeah, disaster for the Munster Reds. That lapse in concentration aided with the poor delivery. It ended up costing them 13 runs. You can't quite afford that with that required run rate pressure just coming on. Duckworth Lewis Stern, always a good gauge of where a game is at, Andrew, even though we've got no worries about rain. And right now it says 180. So the Knights behind by a run. This game right in the balance.
Yeah, it's a really good game here. Very well matched sides, and we're going to see that change in bowling that we were potentially calling 4 or 5 overs ago. Whether this change is being made too late remains to be seen, but it's going to be Josh Manley coming back into the attack. This time from the city end of the ground, but with good pace this afternoon. Took the wicket of Jeremy Lawler. Pulled a few boundary balls in there as well. He was quite expensive, 1 for 28 from his 5. He comes back here, and you feel this spell just has to take a wicket if the Reds are to have a chance.
big moment in the match, the leading wicket taker for the Munster Reds this season, back into the attack, a change of ends. We're just taking a look back to try and work out what that no ball was for. Really hypothesising more than being in knowledge of. I think it was for having one too many men outside the circle, only allowed 4 during this second power play period.
Yeah, very hard to know. Certainly wasn't anything to do with front foot or back foot, so you have to think something along those lines. Just goes to show what a couple of deliveries can do for the momentum of game. Yeah, the Northern Knights looked like they were just letting the game drift away from them. Suddenly 2 balls disappear over the ropes, back in the ascendancy. That required run rates back well below 8. Suddenly a lot more manageable.
Yeah, you can see the Reds continuing to try and target Tector. I feel every time they're bowling to him, they are in with a chance of a dot, or with a chance of stifling the Knights' run rate. All Tector needs to do is really get Georgeson onto the strike the way that he's hitting the ball at the moment. Phenomenal. Could be within sight of a maiden list day century. Slightly shorter from Manley. Floods into the gloves of Tector, who gets it down to fine leg for a single.
Yeah, hard to know what Tector's approach is going to be like in the next few overs. Slightly stagnating in his innings, having played so beautifully to get to his half century. The last 6 runs have been a little bit more of a struggle. As you say, Lenny, there's just a few more dot balls with him on strike than there has been with Luke Georgeson, who's managed to keep rotating in regular intervals and then has managed to hit away a few big shots, especially off the back foot throughout his innings.
Manley's going to finish second in the wicket-taking charts, whatever happens today. Second to Barry McCarthy. McCarthy a long way top, clear 6 matches for him, 17 wickets at an average of 12. Manley's 11 wickets coming at an average of 18 with a higher economy rate of 5.15. Craig Young in third, David O'Halloran in fourth, Andy McBride and Tyrone Kane joint in fifth. Shows the importance though of Manley to this Reds attack. Next best is Aaron Cawley with 6.
Yeah, he's been massive for them all year, and you really have to respect the way he keeps running in, keeps trying hard. Josh Manley, he's never out of the game, never not trying to take wickets.
Yeah, and he always seems happy to do the dirty overs. I heard Dinesh Karthik use this expression during the World Test Championship final on commentary, and the dirty overs are the ones that are the most difficult, really. Periods of the game when your captain needs a partnership to be broken, or right at the death when the batsmen are launching an assault at you. You can always turn to Josh Manley, throw the ball to him, and you're going to get nothing but 100% effort. Frost will continue despite that costly error, those back-to-back 6s. His final over, he's got 9 overs, none for 51. Who would you be turning to after Frost if you were PJ Moore?
Well, it's interesting they brought Josh Manley on from the City end, because Aaron Cawley had bowled so nicely from the City end in his opening spell. I'd have thought you'd have needed to have turned to maybe somebody like Aaron Cawley, maybe even a Fionn Hand for a few overs, somebody that's just likely to do something. We've seen throughout this year Fionn Hand always in the wickets.
Comes off the top edge. Is this going to be a chance for Matt Ford? It is. That's the breakthrough. You can't say that Frost has not deserved that. He's bowled absolutely beautifully. He's beaten Harry Tector 2 or 3 times. He's caused him a lot of difficulties. And it's going to be the sweep shot that will be Tector's downfall. A good catch taken over his shoulder by Matt Ford, and that turns the game again. Brings it right into the balance. Tector's gone for 57. Are the Munster Reds getting ahead of the game?
Well, this is a huge wicket for the Munster Reds. The game was potentially just slipping away. Harry Tector has batted so well for his 57 departs. Again, that slog sweep option. Whether it was the right option against Frost remains to be seen. He's top edged it, and it's a good catch from Matt Ford over his head. And it's going to bring Ruan Pretorius to the wicket to join Luke Georgeson. So we're going to continually see this left hand, right hand. They've obviously got Neil Rock still to come as well, so they've got the ability to keep that left hand, right hand going.
And with the fall of the wicket, the players are going to take a drink and we'll take a short break. It's 182 for 4.
And welcome back to Stormont after that small drinks break, the final drinks break of the game. As Frost comes in to Georgeson, who just again gets off strike, paddling it into the leg side for a single. Ruan Pretorius has come to the crease here at number 6 for the Northern Knights, and that wicket of Harry Tector has really blown the game wide open again.
Yeah, it has 128 to win from 93 deliveries. Very kind of the match referee, Phil Thompson, to just come over to our commentary position during the break and explain that it was indeed for a fielding infringement. The reason that no ball was signalled from the replay, we looked back on it, clearly wasn't a front foot or back foot no ball, so I think long off might have got a little tardy and just forgot to come up into the circle The left hand, right hand, big appeal and given. 1 wicket again brings 2. Pretorius falls for a second ball duck. It's not a huge turner of the ball, Frost. He had to wait 10 overs to get 1 wicket. Now he's got 2 of them. Beautifully bowled, wrapped pretty much straight in front. The only question to answer was it going to go over the top? It didn't look like it to me. That one surely is out. Pretorius falls for a duck.
Yep, superb from Mike Frost, changing this game in his final over of his spell. And the final delivery of his spell brings about the second wicket of the over. Pretorius there prodding forward. Went on with the arm from Frost. Has trapped him. What I reckon is in front. That looked fairly adjacent. Finishes off Frost's spell. 2 for 52 from 10. Those are 2 deserved wickets, really. Both very well in the main for the majority of that innings. And has gotten his just desserts in this final over.
Yeah, the final ball, 60th delivery. Ends up finding the second wicket. He's toiled away from this Dundonald end, and brave captaincy from PJ MUR to keep Frost on, given in his 9th over those back-to-back sixes from Georgeson. But how much rests on the bat of Luke Georgeson now? He's going to be joined by a fellow Southpaw and Neil Rock, who'll come on. He'll come in to join him at the non-striker's end. And he's going to come around the wicket, probably to both of the left-handers. And this is the problem when you allow that required run rate to escalate and then lose wickets. You get yourself into big, big trouble.
Yeah, you find yourself behind the game very quickly. That's what's happening here for the Northern Knights, especially if there's going to be dot balls with a new batter at the crease. As you say, Lenny, an awful lot now resting on Luke Georgeson, who's already 77 not out. Going to have to probably score 120, 130 at minimum if the Knights are really to have a major chance of winning this game, I suspect. It's been good from the Reds though. They've kept toiling away. Hasn't been easy. It's a warm afternoon here in Stormont. Flat enough pitch. But Mike Frost, after 9.2 overs, wicketless, has managed to get a double breakthrough.
Yeah, just guided by Georgeson down through one of his favourite areas. And Neil Rock, on what's a really big day for him, called into the full Irish squad for the T20 internationals against South Africa. After an impressive start to the IP20, where he seems to have added a bit of a power game that maybe not too many knew about. Often known as a touch player, working the ball around, has seemed to really thrive in the shortest format. And immediately Manly starts by welcoming him in with a bouncer. With Manly on, we're going to talk a little bit about the Cricket World Cup Super League as well and the importance of those matches. Ireland will be playing series against South Africa and Zimbabwe this summer, their first home series. 13 teams in the ICC Cricket World Cup Super League, which serves as the World Cup qualifier to the main 50 over World Cup in 2023 in India. Another short ball from Manly. Let's take a look at the table and where things stand so far. Ireland, of course, have played 9 matches. Probably not where they want to be right now. And you can see on our graphic to the right what each of those places mean. It's actually the top 7 plus India that qualify automatically for the World Cup, as India as the hosts will automatically be there wherever they finish, but you'd expect them to be in the top 8 anyway. So we continue under the pretense that it's the top 8. As Rock gets off the mark down to third man for a single. So if we go back to the table, top 8 will qualify automatically. Now, that was always going to be a tall task for any of the sides like Ireland or the Netherlands or Zimbabwe, ranked down around 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th in the table. But certainly something that if we could have gone to Afghanistan and picked up some points there and maybe swept the Netherlands 3-0 in Utrecht, there still would have been some hopes of. But there's a two-pronged edge to this whole conundrum, because if you finish 9th, 10th, 11th or 12th, you go off to the Cricket World Cup qualifier, which will decide the 2 additional places that will join the 8 that qualify automatically in early 2023. However, if you finish 13th and bottom, this is the real booby prize, the real wooden spoon, the potential trapdoor. If you finish 13th and bottom, you don't automatically get relegated for the next edition of the Cricket World Cup Super League. But if you finish below the side that wins Cricket World Cup League 2, which is being played between USA, Namibia, Oman, who are currently top, Nepal, the UAE, Papua New Guinea and Scotland, you will then be relegated and miss out on that wealth of fixtures over the next 3-year cycle. That's something, Andrew, that Irish cricket just could not afford to miss out on. We've worked so hard for such a long time to get those fixtures. 24 ODIs guaranteed over 3 years. It would be really just completely disastrous were it to happen.
Yeah, it'd be massively disastrous, and I think everyone knows it's something that just, from an Irish cricket perspective, we can't afford to happen whatsoever. And no matter how we find our way to try and get ourselves out of that, we're going to have to try and take it. It obviously hasn't been ideal. In an ideal circumstance, you would have won a game away to Afghanistan. You would have at least won the series in the Netherlands. You know, that first ODI is still probably on the minds of many as one that just should have been won. And it leaves us in a fairly compromising position where you're going into that Zimbabwe series you probably need to win all 3. And that's not really a situation you would have wanted to have been in. Just, I'm not saying it can't be done, but it's putting an awful lot of pressure on the team and on the players to go and clean sweep a pretty good Zimbabwe side.
Yeah, all 13 teams will play 8 series, 4 home and 4 away. Rock looks for the slog sweep, can't quite find any time, and we'll just get a single. Ireland, of course, have played 3 of their 4 away series already. They have yet to play a game on Irish soil, so would you think perhaps the home advantage, maybe not favourites against South Africa, certainly not with the form that they've been in recent times, in particular in the Caribbean. Ford gets one past the outside edge, but will they have enough to get past Zimbabwe and at least take 2, maybe even 3 wins? Turn the table around pretty sharply.
Exactly, it would, and you know, you've got to even try. I think Ireland have had a great ability in years gone by to even spring an upset. So would it surprise me if we somehow managed to win a game against South Africa? No, it probably wouldn't. Even though we had a slightly disappointing series out in the Netherlands, the South Africa side are an extremely strong team. I think Ireland need to make use of our home fixtures. We have played a lot away from home, as you mentioned. We've got 12 games at home, and you've got to make use of your own conditions. The players have played out in Malahide, have played up in Stormont plenty of times. Hopefully, by the time some of these games are on, crowds will be allowed to be there, and we've got to make use of that.
And of course, in previous times, there would have been a lot of players away at county cricket and having to adjust back to the surfaces at Malahide or Stormont. Now that isn't the case. They've been playing their interpros on these same surfaces. So let's go back to that table. Really get over that from Ford. 122 to win off 78 here. So one small thing certainly that will give Ireland hope as well. You might be asking, well, hold on, how are Sri Lanka on 8 points, how are South Africa on 9, and why are India on 29 if it's 10 for a win, 5 for a non-result and 0 for a loss? That's because of the devil that is over 8. So Andy Balbirnie will be acutely aware that he's got to make sure his overs are bowled in time. Sri Lanka came back from a tour of the Caribbean, not just picking up 0 points from 3 matches, but actually being -2 That solitary 10 points they picked up was in the quote-unquote dead rubber against Bangladesh, but you'd have to think that's giving Irish fans some sense of hope, the fact that Sri Lanka are really struggling. If they can't find a win against England on a tour that's turning into a bit of a calamity tour for them, it's really going to be what looks like a play-out between the Netherlands, maybe Ireland, Zimbabwe and Sri Lanka for that 13th spot.
Yeah, you'd say so. Certainly that Sri Lankan tour to England has been a calamity for their batting unit in the T20 internationals. They just didn't have any sort of intent. Its bowling has been decent enough, but again, up in the Riverside yesterday in the first one-day international, they were really struggling.
Pulled into the leg side, just going to be a single as Cawley returns into the attack from the City end where he picked up those 2 wickets early. Yeah, it was a real collapse yesterday, wasn't it? Although England wobbled in the chase at 80 for 4 and Moeen Ali dropped behind. Joe Root guided them home after Chris Woke's outstanding spell. But this is cricket with context, unlike any we've ever seen before. Every single one of these games matters and is hugely important. And that's, I suspect, why we've seen not a huge amount of change to that ODI squad. Any of the kind of real creativity or invention or new youthful X-Factor players are in the T20I squad. Pulled in front to square and it beats Alistair Frost. Probably maybe just a tiny bit tight. Georgeson continuing to pick up length very well. Gets the pull away, too short from Cawley, hit away for 4.
Yeah, lovely shot from Georgeson. He hasn't missed a short delivery all day. Cawley opting for that shorter option with mid-wicket in the ring, and as you say, Frost was quite tight in there. Once it beats him, it's always going to head away for 4. Georgeson somewhat single-handedly keeping the Knights in the game at the moment.
In a long chat between PJ Moore and Aaron Cawley. PJ Moore probably just asking Cawley what his plans are. Where is he going to bowl? It's better from Cawley, back on the money, but you can see mid-wicket has definitely gone a bit deeper as well, trying to give that protection. Last couple of overs of this, the second power play before we enter the last 10 of the innings, and indeed the match, where you'll be allowed 5 fielders outside the circle. At the moment you're only allowed 4. And they're a pretty conventional field, really. Bit off and bit on, up in the circle. That means that fine leg and third man and the 2 cover sweepers, one on the off and one on the leg side, are the men outside the ring. Back on the money from Cawley.
Yeah, very good from Aaron Cawley after that boundary earlier in the over. But he's done well with those dot balls. I think what Irish fans have to realise, going back to the Super League, is that win against England was really a bit of a Brucey bonus when you think about it. World Cup champions, and just goes to show in years gone by, 2-0 down in a 3-game series, that would be a dead rubber. England could have done anything, but yet Ireland's win, instead of it being a consolation, meant an awful lot, and it's 10 points that I suspect an awful lot of other teams won't be able to get. So you do have to keep that in mind, even though the results against the Netherlands, the Afghanistan series, weren't ideal. You've probably picked up a win that you certainly weren't expecting last summer at Hampshire.
Good comeback this from Cawley. Let's take a quick look at the table in between these deliveries as well. Those remaining fixtures for Ireland: home series now this summer against South Africa first, and then Zimbabwe. South Africa in Malahide starting Sunday the 11th of July before coming up north to Belfast and Stormont in August against Zimbabwe. They're going to be the really critical ones, some of the most important and contextual matches Ireland have ever played. Then it's on an away series against the West Indies in the Caribbean in January, before closing out the campaign next summer with home series against New Zealand and Bangladesh. New Zealand, you'd certainly think, will be difficult opponents, one of the few unbeaten sides in the tournament so far, although they've only played 3 games. Those series were both scheduled for 2020, but of course the COVID pandemic has pushed them back to 2022. It's a fascinating shape to the table. I was texting Ryan Campbell yesterday, the Dutch head coach. He was watching on with absolute bated breath. Every ball against Sri Lanka meant something to his team for England, Sri Lanka.
Yeah, of course it does. And that's the great thing about it. It's brought about a completely different dynamic to international, one-day international cricket. And I think the fact that, as you say, that no game is a dead rubber anymore. All these games count, especially for the slightly smaller countries away from home, going into a third game.
Forward to continue here. Into the leg side, the immediate call is 2, but it's straight to the man. And you'd have to think, with Afghanistan in such a strong position, having taken those 30 points off Ireland with a good net run rate to start with, you'd have to think they'll be in with quite a strong chance, particularly their draw, the draw of which sides they're playing against is a reasonably favourable one. Sri Lanka on the opposite end of a very tough draw. You'd have to think that if they take one of the 8 automatic qualification spots, there's going to be at least one very big name team who'll miss out. Remember, we had the West Indies at the Cricket World Cup qualifier for the first time in Zimbabwe in 2018. They only just squeezed through. Afghanistan themselves needed an utter miracle to get through that tournament. Scotland, of course, the unlucky side, missing out really for the lack of DRS. A lot else. Slower through the air, hit down towards us. We're going to be in action again here. And it's going to come into my very hands with a boundary 4 just to my left. And it's a really good shot from Rock to bring the 200 up.
Yeah, excellent from Neil Rock, taking the aggressive option against Ford over mid-off. As you say, with only the 4 men back, there always is going to be a man in one of those situations up in the ring. Rock taking advantage.
Flatter pulls his length back this time. Yeah, Rock has shown us a power hitting game that we really didn't see early in the season in the T20. Fixtures over the course of the last couple of weeks. He's bringing it now into the IP50. Georgeson just works that into the leg side. Yeah, after this over, we'll just take a look at the squad that Ireland have announced today, because if you're just joining us for the first time live on air here earlier, we announced 2 Cricket Ireland squads, the ODI squad for those Cricket World Cup Super League matches and the T20I squad. Before we get back to the game for the last 10 overs. We're going to see a no ball signalled, and I think this time it is for the front foot. Don't think it's another fielding error. Take a look back on the replay. We're going to have the second free hit of the innings. Not what you want or can afford as an off spinner, as any bowler really, but a spinner in particular. Real bonus for Luke Georgeson this. I wonder, was it actually a back foot no ball? I believe it was a back foot no ball, not the front foot. The back foot touching the return crease, which it's not allowed to do. Ford getting too wide. Hit into the sky. Scream from to my right is, oh no, I don't think he realises it's a free hit. And half a fake cheer, but the end result will be 1 run, so not too much damage done from the free hit. 39 overs gone. We're going to have a thrilling finish. It is 2:06 for 5. Here are the squads that were announced earlier live on stream, both captained by Andrew Balbirnie. Big call-ups for Graham Kennedy, and a return to the squad for a hopefully fit again Curtis Camphor, who no doubt will have needed to pass fitness tests to be brought into the ODI squad. And maiden call-ups for William McClintock, Ben White and Neil Rock into the T20I format. 3 men who may make their debut against the Mitre South Africa.
Yeah, it's great to see those 3 guys getting potentially a chance to star. 3 of the main men that held their hand up at these T20 festivals, which is why these festivals are so good, so important.
So that is what is all ahead of us, starting the 11th of July. South Africa against Ireland. The first 3 games, critically important. World Cup qualifier points on the line. I think in the T20Is we'll see both sides play with a bit of freedom, a bit of creativity as they build up towards the T20 World Cup later in the summer. Looks very much like Ireland are going to be heading towards Oman. The ICC confirming their decision that the World Cup will move from India to the UAE and Oman, and with Ireland being in Oman's group, you'd have to think that all of Ireland's group games will probably be there at the Oman Cricket Academy ground in Muscat.
No, it's good to see that decision being taken, and for I think all the countries to know their fate this early on and be able to prepare accordingly. Obviously much different conditions Irish squad will already have that in the back of their mind come the end of the year.
And I just wonder, will a few of the Blarney Army maybe be able to get out there to Oman? See, a lot of people will be fully vaccinated by then. Hopefully the new EU travel certificate will apply, and I'm sure the Sultanate of Oman will be looking forward to welcoming those Irish fans in due course. Tough group for Ireland. Sri Lanka hosts Oman and Papua New Guinea. Just two sides going through to the Super 12 stage. But that is all ahead of us. Back to the action here. 104 to win off 63 deliveries. Let's see a comparison between the two sides, because honour's about even, I suspect. Even though there's an extra couple of wickets down for the Knights, because the Knights bat so deep, Andrew. Still plenty of time for them to catch up.
Yeah, well, the comparison was that the Munster Reds were 200 for 1 after 40 overs on the dot. We commented about them being